Hello, good morning, sunshines. Hello, hello, welcome. What is up? What is up, babies? Hello, how we doing? Welcome. We're rendering, boys. We're rendering. By looking at this, you can assess that we're rendering. It's alright, not bad. No bad, no good necessarily. I think we gotta sink a lot of hours into this still. Trying to just see how I can generally progress, you know? What rendering can I do here? But first I gotta like fix some things. I do like some things already, like here this part does look quite rendered. I'm kinda going back and forth and changing some things and then rendering more. What about you, brother? When the next stream? When the next record? Streak going strong. Finishing a good commission today. Yeah, work-wise, we're doing not bad, dude. Not bad. Not necessarily motivated, but also not necessarily lazy either. Which is good. The razor? What's the razor? What's the razor turn? Was playing WoW a lot yesterday. Quite fun. But I'm trying to create this kind of like swirl effect here with the glowing. It kind of points extra attention towards this bad guy. And I'm enjoying the idea. I'm not sure if I really like the implementation now. It seems like the more I shave. Dude, I shaved like a few days ago. What, did you miss it? Started playing WoW. It's not like I started playing WoW more, I started to just playing it at all. I haven't played for like a month and a half. And before that it was very, very scarce. A little more now. But hey, first thing first, Artin. Right, that is very important. To be honest, the motivation to play WoW is like it's the highest in the morning. But I think that's just the that's just how life works. Your motivation in the morning is just the highest for anything. So we do our thing first, and then you can play later. Maybe I'll keep playing later. What eye level? I think I'm still below 600, but I already started getting like 600 item level items. I got the Surmar slot mog though, because I assume I did the first part of the campaign, which is holy fuck is that long. It's really nice though. It's to be honest, it just reminded me like this. It is so much better than anything we've gotten like since that point. Right, because BFA had nothing close. Shadowlands had nothing close to that. Dragonflight has gotten even further from that. Right, like Storm is just such a good questline. Like, goddamn. You do really care for, like, for the characters you're playing with and shit, right? Like, I don't know, even though I was like skipping through it while watching a stream or something, right? Like skipping cutscenes. Not like there were a lot of cutscenes, but it's still like it's still fucking good. Kinda crazy. Maybe if I want to do art on Legion Remix, I should like depict that for the most part. You know, like Nightborn Rebellion. Illustration of that or something. Probably go hard. I've never done Firelands, by the way. Like, I know that there is like a little bit of fucking backdoor play yard there, but I've never done the questing there. But yeah, you get to grow a tree, you get to feed people kiwis from the tree. And them. And the guy who was like only working for money, then like volunteers and like sacrifices himself for the goods. Adjustment filters on top. Yeah, dude, that's that gay. Why would you do that? Yeah, absurd. Hello, Sunshines. Hello, welcome. And we gotta render. We gotta render, and like in some way, I'm like trying to figure out how I want to render this. Because like we're at a point where I usually stop, right? We're at exact that point. Like everything kind of seems cool, seems fine, but like, what more can I do here? How can I jump like above my usual height? Good day, good day. Oh yeah, boys, have you seen my new PR from yesterday from the gym? Hey, pumping. That was cool. That was, I mean, that's kind of what I expected. That's like the upper limit of what I expected, which I went for that and it felt easy. Felt easy right away. I hope you like that, boys. Bench is literally the least spectacle, like the least spectacular lift. Like it's just up and down, just so boring. No anticipation, no drama, just raw. It's fun. At least it's somewhat fun to do. It's only a start to I did it like for like 8 weeks. I haven't benched properly like ever. And did it just for 8 weeks. I got a plus 10 kilos. I'm excited to see where I can take it from there. I am 82. Which I've been 83 and I got into 82. A little bit of weight loss there. So I decided to celebrate and had an apple pie yesterday. Celebrate a little bit of weight loss. Awesome. Hey Trunk. Bro, I got you today. What is it with you guys whenever I like stare at you? Like if I catch you first, you just stare back. Like you gotta be caught. You know? Act surprised, because I got you. Don't behave like it's all normal. No, you got caught, buddy. Yes, exactly, you see? That's the those are the rules of the game. Now, I wonder if I can bring more saturation in here, even. Like, even more right here. To kind of reflect character's hair a bit. It's way darker though, but still. Can resemble that. Because it grew so unsaturated, like the whole art. I mean, I guess it was desaturated from the get-go. I actually don't necessarily like this area. Because it's like near the character's head, it seems like there's a lot of a lot of edges in here. I almost want to do something like a little bit of a chiller transition, not so much contrast behind them. Quite of a challenging art, to be honest. Like it feels kind of solved now, but now it's like extra challenge of like, okay, how do we add more in there? Like how do we progress them from this point on? Where this stuff seems solved. I think it's a good practice to like push yourself like that, but I'm afraid that it's only up to a point where I feel like volunteering there. Like the moment first signs of boredom kind of kick in on this, and it will be done. It'll be saved and sent off to the commissioner probably. Speaking about that, we gotta do some changes that he asked for. Character apparently has some scars and stuff. We gotta implement those bad boys. Where are they at? Let me look them up. They've complained that the sword is curved. Which I'm like, yeah, kinda right. It is kinda curved. There also be runes there on the sword. Supposed to be like somewhere in here. How are they gonna be there? Isn't it like... Isn't there an edge there? Oh, we got runes. We have runes there and scars on the guy. Scars there. They're like here. Hey, Tira. How you doing? How you doing? What's up? It's 6 in the morning in the US, goddamn. You know, work for the next 3 days or so? Oh shit, mini vacation? What are the plans? You know, your family and friends? Nice, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Not like you're prepared. If giving like a small vacation, I would have no idea what to do. I will feel a little lost. I bet I can check how many points people have, but I just don't know how. I mean, actually, if I look at it, he has fucking insanely long neck, no? Maybe like, maybe we shorten the neck a bit. I feel like the traps are like going like that. And this is fine. %, and I'm not ironically getting close to that. Just imagine. Only 43. I just feel like this like left arm is a little short. But also like if I up the shoulder like this more, it like loses a bit of dynamic. Like it makes the pose a little awkward. I might be able to just like kind of do this. But this might be the same kind of issue. You know, Tony, you can probably pull it off. Imagine like a scenario where Mel or Xayron, like any of mods is in the chat and I go for like a breakfast break and you quickly decide to do a poll or to do a prediction and all bet their froggies instead of one person who bets all of his froggies, and like that way you just funnel them. So via this betting you can funnel all the froggies towards one person. And then do your review. Yeah, but that would require insane communication though. where the background was, and then we did this. So it's less contrast for the background. Like, ultimately I ain't sure if I like this or not. I mean, I sort of do. But then some bits and pieces I kinda do not. I ain't sure. Alright, let's commit to this. I hate the undecisiveness. Let's commit. Let's just merge all the shit together. I don't know, bro. This arm really is something else for sure. Alright, let's figure out this. Maybe the other area that is not as confusing to work on. Actually, just looking at the reference of this guy. Look at this. He has this part of cloth, then a lot of chains, and then also cloth at the bottom. So maybe we kind of resemble that. I actually think that kind of will probably look cool. We have just a bunch of cloth again coming out like that. It's another point where we can bring some contrast in. Right, now I'm deep drowning in rendering, but what about you, Sunshines? Any art news today? Anything you're working on? Anything you feel like sharing? No. Truck, do you even art? Because even the art streams like 24/7. Do you even art, bro? I mean, if you watch art streams, that means you're like you're interested in it. I'm a failure. What the hell, dude? I think this is a good addition. I think this is quite some rendering. Yes, and Chance, I have a strange question. It might be a bit early in the morning for questions like that, especially for whom it is like 5 or 6 in the morning. But do you ever feel like, let's say it's an evening and the day just got over, right? You kind of did this, you did that. I mean, you spend like a day living your usual life, right? And then you kind of think to yourself, like, is that it? Is this what life is all about? Just like, you know, it ain't bad, right? Like, it wasn't any bad or good. It wasn't any extra. It was just your usual day. And then it just kind of hits you like, oh, is there nothing else coming? Like, is that just kind of what your life is? And then it kind of feels a little strange because it feels like there is supposed to be more to it, but it appears that there is not, and it is being made like obvious in this exact moment. Age. I don't. I mean, I think age just helps to notice that, but in reality, it's just like, is that really it? I think you can realize that at any age, or like it's. I think it is relevant for any age. Your brain starting to want kids? No shit. Is that how it happens? I mean, I guess then you'll have like this answer, right? Oh, it's the kids, they're gonna be this, they're gonna be that, right? It's gonna But I think it's kind of postponed judgment. So like, I think it's just the moment where you're not waiting for anything is where it hits you. But in all the other moments, it's you're kind of just like anticipating something. And I guess kids is just like a lot of waiting and anticipating and kind of struggling through while waiting for things to get better in the future. You know what I had is hate about ads, especially Trunk, is that I have an ad block that ain't working, so it's showing me ads, and then I also get like the pop-up of like, oh, turn off your ad block and support this creator. Share a lot of things I wanted in life. What now? Yeah, I get that even without achieving many things. What now though, right? Or like, is that all? I think what now ain't that scary, because what now is just a question and you gotta answer it. But is that all? It's kind of like just... That's kind of depressing. It just makes you think that at some point you're just gonna... You're gonna be like 80 years old and thinking, oh, like, when is it gonna get fun now? But it's already over. Yeah, I kinda like this, right? It's not like you have nothing big to look forward to. I mean, that's the thing, I've always had something big to look forward to, but then it was, I think, that's exactly the thing. Having something to look forward to is like, that's an illusion. Because then you get to the thing that you were looking forward to, and then you like make up another thing to look forward to. And it's always just like postponing these like milestones, or like creating these milestones for you, which, you know, it ain't about them. Is this what WoW does to a man? Yeah. It's only what, 3 days of playing Legion Remix, and this is where I'm at in my life. Exactly. Can you do the same routine for next 60 something years? I mean, that's the thing I can do, but I'm just not sure if that maybe I'm doing something, maybe I should be doing something else. But it works. I mean, does it? You just live in anticipation. I think it's even worse. I think you just avoiding the question, but whenever you kind of separate yourselves from these, like, because that's the same thing though. You just don't realize it. You kind of live in anticipation for something, but that something never comes because you always like anticipate the next thing, and whenever you get there, you start like sort of waiting for the other one. That's kind of how I've lived pretty much forever. Even now, I have like those things where I'm thinking, oh, I'm gonna get this, and then it's that, and this and that. But then sometimes it just clicks of like, oh, you know, kind of nothing to these things that I'm looking forward towards. It's kind of it ain't that. Alright, sorry boys to bore you with this shit. Sorry. Sometimes I just start thinking about stuff like that and I cannot like just get it off my mind, so I gotta just kind of waste it out. Let's, I don't know, talk about something more fun. F28 and days already ruined. You're welcome, brother. You know, the conclusion that I came to is that you just gotta like actively enjoy shit. And it's so it's almost like you have to not question what you're doing. Like, you know, you art and then you like think that you're having a lot of fun. You literally like paint it for an hour and then you sit back and think, damn, this was that was amazing, dude. Because that's, I think, the biggest issue, the biggest difference is. Because there are some people who, like, no matter what they do, they just have a blast, dude, and they seem like they don't regret anything. And I think about it, it is literally about that. Like, it's not about what you do, it's about not regretting and enjoying it. That's the thing, Trunk, like, because I don't think climbing a mountain would make a difference. It's not about the accomplishment, it's about, like, if you regret or have fun doing it or not. And I think you can do, like, insane things while thinking to yourself that it was, you know, nothing special. Right? Because we've all probably done things that are, like, way of like an overkill for other people. Like, we all probably have this thing where somebody else will look at it and think, damn, dude, I would have been satisfied with just half of that. But for you, it's like, it's not a big deal. So it's literally about thinking that it's a big deal. Hello, Morta. I don't know why, but I just painted this like anus looking thing here. Like literally looks like a starfish. But I just it kind of looks nice there, you know? That's his belly button, yeah, a little bit to his side. Why not, dude? What is it? Only people can have belly buttons? Monsters have it too. This is too bright. This is before and after. Is that better or is that worse? I mean, I think it's clearly better, right? Sometimes I tuck my belly button to the side if I'm eating soup. What? No, you don't. Oh, let's merge this shit. And I guess playing video games really kind of makes me ask those questions, because like video games, after a while, it does feel like it's just like a time sink, and then you just wonder like, is that really how I should spend? Like, I guess it's like some things just make you think about those types of ideas and concepts and shit. I wouldn't leave this just whole shape of light just kind of like empty, right? I gotta do some kind of things there, some kind of folds on this fabric and shit, but I'm not sure. I also don't really want to break this up, but I also gotta render this. I wonder if not with folds, like what how should I render it? Can add some color variation, but it usually like every time I do it, it kind of breaks up the shape. Is your wrist better? Oh yeah, it's totally fine. I mean, sometimes it like hurts a little bit, but I've already concluded that it ain't about drawing. It's usually because of the gym. Like I used to do Olympic weightlifting, and there will be a lot of kind of movements that you just kind of hold weight overhead like that. So like the way it is here, and it really hurts like this joint. This fucking dude, I hate this joint. It hurts so much. So when was it? A year ago, yes, I had like an insane injury. They just like cropped up out of nowhere, but I basically couldn't like move my thumb at all. And it would always be pain in here, and I couldn't do this at all. It would just like be super static. I had that for like half a year, but then fully recovered. Yeah, and then it would just hurt here all the time. So I said, fuck that, I ain't doing that anymore. And I stopped, dude, I stopped. Then I continued, and then it got hurt again, and then I had enough. And that was quite recent. Small bone that grew recently in my right wrist, and doing moving like that is so hard right now. You have a small bone that grew recently? My dude, I'm sorry to bring it to you, but like, you're not supposed to grow any new bones after you're like born. So small extruded bone, like it's, you sure it's a bone? Like it might be like a cyst or something. Some like, you know, ligma part basically, ligma manifestation in the wrist. Now it's all good though, like, you know, as soon as I stop doing this like over, which by the way, it only hurts my one wrist, so I think I probably have like some kind of imbalance. It may be that my like right shoulder is like how to say, it's like a little bit behind, a little bit lower than the left shoulder, so it's asymmetrical. So like I have more load on my right shoulder, so it kind of like pressures on the wrist, like some kind of bullshit like that, right? And that's why it hurts, because it doesn't hurt for everybody, obviously. Maybe at some point, if I'll correct this like imbalance, this asymmetry that I have, I'll be able to do it again. But yeah, I haven't grown any extra body parts though. Do you think? I think you have it. You have it way more intense than I do. Sprained my ankle like a year ago and it still hurts sometimes. Bro, that's like a grandma issue. Sprained your ankle? Yeah, grandma, I don't know, but that's something that she would say. Missing you, you're into music? Sorry? Right, but so we should be having fun then, not to regret stuff. So, I'm having so much fun rendering this. Holy fuck, boys, I wish you knew. I'm just overflowing with joy. No, jokes aside, the art is very satisfying. Maybe because it's like fairly new to me, but I'm like really enjoying kind of like seeing the progress over the years. It kind of is a little tough day to day sometimes, but I think overall it's like that's something you don't regret. Ganglion in my wrist, really need to see the doctors. Seem to be excited about that, dude. Hey ho. This is just nearly 50 hours here. I know, but you've been seeing this art for a long while. I know. Just gotta do a little more. Maybe get rid of this chain. It's sort of like whatever. Maybe you don't. At any moment, I'm just ready to switch to quick commission, because that is way easier, way more approachable to work on. Sorry, but it's also important to like keep yourself into locked in on just one art. Why you, how do you have any arts coming up? You have anything to share? Oh, dude, my sister will travel to my place soon, or I guess travel to Georgia, and it's gonna. I anticipate so much art energy coming up of that. Like we always hype each other up for art whenever we're together. It's gonna be awesome. Really excited for that. Yes, she's a very, very talented illustrator. Yes, better than I am. I'm in the capital, yep. I've never been to, but to me. Kinda want to go there to see what's up, but just not sure when. This had such a weird construction types? Construction types, what do you mean by that? Hey, Nuclear. Hey, good morning. Good morning, boss. How you doing? Multiple million cables attached to many multi-stories apartments, so it statues, etc. Oh yeah, dude, it's like all over the place. You have like nice districts next to like a I don't know how to describe it, like a fucking home. Okay, I guess it's, I wouldn't say a homemade homeless shelter, but like pretty much just like a huge pile of garbage where homeless people live next to like a really good place and like a nice, yeah, it's fucking disaster. Also, even like supposedly nice things are kind of like still kind of wonky on the inside. Yeah, it is what it is. It is Georgia, but whatever, you know. Like I see it at home in art, right? That's what I do. I don't care. I don't care what it's like outside. I do sort of a little bit care whenever, you know, you go into your more of RL stage and, you know, try to go out sometimes and it's just like, fuck, dude. But for the most part, what do I know? What do I fucking care about? Seeing home playing WoW for the most part either way, so. Electric pole to our house exploded and started burning, so we had no electricity for 2 days. Dude, I think a year and a half, they started to redo water canals or like some kind of thing, and we haven't had any water for like 2 to 3 days, like every week, for like months. And I've never had no water at all in my life prior to this. Electricity cutoffs quite often, you know, shit like that, yeah. Just go to gym, no. Dude, if you don't have water in your apartment for 3 days, I mean, you know that you cannot even flush your toilet, right? Or like make any food. What, you gonna go to the gym every time you gotta pee? Or when you want to brush your teeth in the morning? Like, I mean, yes, you can go to the gym and take a shower there, but like, don't make it sound like it ain't inconvenient. That's extremely fucking inconvenient. Well, the country I feel safe, was surprised to see many police cars go around on patrol. Yeah, it is safe here though. Like I just, you know, I ain't afraid going out in the grocery store at like 3 in the morning. Just because I decided to do so. Because I wanted an apple pie at 3 in the morning. No, dude, no water at all. That's what I said, like I just, no water at all. Yeah, but whatever. Whatever. Berlin felt very much scary compared to this. Oh, dude, I kind of fully believe that it's quite safe here compared to a lot of other places. Hey, boys, it's 4 p.m. I'm gonna go have breakfast real quick. Be right back. Mod check, what happened? Forgive me unhinged, but this fuck he looks hard. What do you mean, brother? What are you talking about? Alright, I had my breakfast. Dude, I inhaled breakfast. Look how different it was. Damn. Just like, look at the speed paint. How much more different this art was. Like, the whole thing about it. The angle, like, everything. I don't know, which one do you like more, boys? I kinda like the old one even more, honestly. Hey, Swishy. This is, Almond from Valorant? Oh yeah, it's the nut again, yeah. Hello, Tiger. You're welcome and... Yeah, just inhaled the breakfast. I absolutely destroyed that. Alright, boys. Enough of this art. I got tired of rendering. Let's work on this bow. This is so much more approachable. Finally. Five eggs, 4 pancakes with meat, and some... what they call it, ham, I guess. Oh, my tea is ready. One second. Get some Jasmine tea too. Yeah, just 5. Dude, I used to do 12, but I don't have it in me anymore. I'm sorry, I just don't. It's... I've gotten so tired of eating them. Like, at some point, like, 5 or like 6, 7 is like the maximum where you can eat them and like not hate them as much. Yeah, dude, my breakfast used to be diabolical. It was 12 eggs, and I would fry them like 4, because I only had a like a small pan. I used to fry 4 of them 3 times, and then I would stack on them on top and like that. And then on the side I would have rice cakes with butter, which, I mean, it wasn't better than... I mean, dude, I was trying to bulk up. Yeah, I was looking good though. I was looking good, feeling good. It took a while to eat too. That's kind of what I hated the most about those kinds of like breakfast and that kind of stuff. It takes so long to like just eat that shit. But if the breakfast is tasty, you can just like devour it in minutes. Don't look good anymore? No, dude, unfortunately not. I'm washed up. Now it is what it is. You guys joking? No, I'm serious. I don't know if I have pictures of it. I must have some pictures. Hold on. Let's see. Photos. 20. Okay, it's around that time. Yeah, I was taking pictures of my food too. Alright, so I'm looking for some evidence. Eggs. And then that's how I was doing them. 4 at 1. Or like on one. I'm not sure how many is there, but you can see there are a lot, and then also meat on top. Hold on, I want to just find my masterpiece with 12 eggs at one thing. Oh yeah, dude, there it is. This fucking monstrosity. So you see, it's like they're stacked on top of each other. This is and the rice cakes with butter, but and some berries too. Like, damn, dude, life was good a year ago. Where did it get now? Oh yeah, that's how it looked. This is fucking disgusting, man. I'm blessed I don't have to eat that. I remember that particular time. Just, ugh. I looked freaking good though. God damn, look at this. I wasn't too fat. Well, it is what it is. Let me continue on this. Halfway to becoming an egg himself. Yeah, that wasn't fun, dude. Like, trust me, that was disgusting. I'm kind of surprised I had all this, like, driving me to, like, do this shit. Because, like, now I'm looking back at it and I couldn't be bothered in the slightest, man, to care about all of that. Eggs with meat on top looks nice. I mean, that portion did look nice. And usually, like, with eggs, that's the thing, dude. You gotta have something alongside them so it doesn't taste too bad. If those are just the eggs... Oh, yeah, dude, I was also having 6 raw eggs before, like, after dinner, before bed as well. So, like, my record was 18 eggs a day. I ain't joking, but I think I've sent videos of me drinking them. That didn't last that long though. I think that was just like half a month I was keeping up with like daily raw egg routine. Did a Death Knight? No, dude, it's a paladin. I think I gotta add more shine. What are you thinking, boys? I think there's gold. Not as goldy. Not as gold as much as we want to. They used to feed 30 eggs a day to third burn victims. Third burn? It's like burn in third world countries. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been to those countries. If you don't count Georgia as one. Third born, maybe you meant? So like a third child? And they wanted to compare like how's the third born would do to firstborn on just a 30 egg diet. Shit, dude. It's I thought it was forbidden to do experiments on people. Maybe it was during World War II situation. No egg supplier. I found a new one, by the way. Before it was an old man, now it's like a little younger dude. I mean, he's still like probably 30, 40. But it does seem like he doesn't like me. As fucking all Georgian people, by the way, besides my wife. They think I'm gay or something. Maybe they're just afraid that I'll eat all of their eggs. Which is, you know, fair concern. By the way, the commissioner said they really liked the art so far. Or they said that they like it. They didn't say that they really like it. That was a little bit of exaggeration, but let's believe that. Let's think that they really fucking like it. Giving them gay signals? I don't know, maybe just existing. Maybe they're just looking, maybe they're finding the stuff they want to find, you know? Maybe it's on them. Yeah, the shoulders, that's like a horse head, and also this is the Ashbringer. It is this kind of model. I'm not sure what, like, is that secret one? Is it a Mage Tower? I am not sure. No shit, dude, you had a cat jump on your keyboard. I would never believe that. You did that accidentally. You're trying to blame your poor animal. Add some situation there. Just to see what's up. Legion Remix version, very Fell themed. Are there even artifact appearances that are Legion Remix specific? I don't think there are. Aren't they all just like the old ones? Which, by the way, reminded me, I wanted to look up how to get Monk's secret weapon appearances. Because I think they're hella cool and I gotta look them up. I don't know how to get them. I hope it's not that big of a deal. I really like this, honestly. The little orange. What kind of crazy stuff have you boys done, like diet-wise? Any experiences with like crazy diets or eating regimens or like stuff like that? That's, I guess, the most extreme I've done. I've done also like fasting. I've like fasted for like, I think I haven't done that much. I think I've done like 58 hours or like 52, like something a little more than 48 hours. But it's no big deal, I think. For people who are into it, they can fucking do it for weeks. Now I have this weird thing where I'm trying to like, I mean, I guess it's weird for me due to this history, but I'm trying to generally just make food a little more appealing and tasty to me. And I started to remember like the old cuisine that we had in our household whenever I was growing up. And dude, my parents were making some based fucking food. Food that is like extremely delicious and like easy to make. And I was just literally trying to like remember the recipes. And the apple pie is from that era too. The fucking apple pie. So those are all things that I kind of used to value while being a kid. I used to eat the same meal for 4 months, different seasoning each day. One big meal a day, that was... Oh yeah, I've done one meal a day for like... Whenever I've... To be honest, I was never able to do it like consistently for a long while. It was maybe like a month or two at a time where I would be able to just stick to it. Because I think it's... Especially if you work from home, it's very difficult to just like not think about food whenever it's... You kind of have it at hand all the time. Especially with stuff like art where you feel particularly distracted by hunger. I can literally get behind if you're, let's say, working some kind of a... I mean, maybe not that... Not super physically demanding job, but like at least somewhat more active, right? Where you get to like move around and maybe like get your mind off food. Then I can think that it's actually like a cool thing. It's easy to do. But with art, I don't know. Eating became a dulling activity. It definitely saves up a shit ton of time for sure. That's the first thing that you notice, that actually, damn, I used to spend so much time on food. Now you just twice a day. I think that's it's kind of best of all worlds. 3 times seems like a little bit of an overkill. I think I gotta do some reflected light in this bad boy. Yeah, I wanna do some purple. Also might want to kind of darken a few things, a few spots. I'm also somewhat trying to just like kind of discover how I want to render this, because this is a little bit of a different style. It's a little more, as you can see, like blocky and like even cartoony in a way, but I want to get rid of the thick outline at some point. Just kind of trying to figure out what's right and what's wrong for this approach. I do really love the blocky shapes though. I think it kind of rocks. For some reason, I'm just capable of doing that with like very masculine bodies, but not necessarily with like female anatomy. For some reason, with a female body, like it seems like I'm kind of stuck to just doing curves and trying to make them pretty. Do we even need borders here? They do kind of look a little... Like, why do I even need them? I do know why. Because if I zoom in on that, I'll have to paint the ground, and I really do not want that. I kind of like how... Yeah, he's almost like out of the picture a little bit. And what I also want to do here? Perfect darken this part. So it contrasts a bit more. Yeah. I like that. Actually, what the hell is this? Why is this cloud all of a sudden just like purple? I just kind of didn't clock it right away, but like, what's the what's the deal with them? Because this was supposed to be just the sky, and then I added the shadow and make it look like a cloud, but it ain't supposed to be. Whoops. Well, let's make the clouds also these kind of squarey and stuff like that. Who the hell do I like this aesthetic? What if I try to go and like make all the art like that? I don't know, because this seemed like really just kind of daunting. Also, dude, so little colors in here compared to this, right? Just look at it and it's just like, damn, dude, I like this so much less. Kind of like the playful shapes. I like what they allow you to do. Thinking, what if I do actually a little bit of the opposite? Let's say I'll create another layer to just try something new. What if I make background behind darker and save it more saturated like this red? And then kind of like clouds that are not in shadow pop later. Something like that. Because he's like bright on also bright. Are you sure? It also asks for a version with no eye patch, so maybe let's do that. I'll probably just paint eye patch on top later because it's easy. Little tiger. Anime pillow shade? What is a pillow shade, dude? That's the first time I hear that term. His eyes are just like pure gold, like no whites. Really, there gotta be like something in them. Maybe Iris is kind of being like even brighter than this. And maybe let's make this kind of more orangey. Gotta make him look not as bold. Let's improve the hairline a bit. Basic shading with no rendering defined straight lines. Look at anime, most of them. Ah, I see, I see. No, the anime example makes sense, yes. Yeah, I didn't know that. I've never heard that term. Below shading. I always found it kind of cool though, like with animes. I think if that just like one shadow line is made like really nice, if it like makes a really nice like dynamic graphic shape, then it's more than enough. Is what I found. Because kind of not having to rely on soft edges with all the shadows, that's like super hard. Some shadows are just like that, they're kind of like soft. But yeah, that is a huge thing. Balance between hard and soft edges. I also tend to just gravitate towards hard edges nearly often. Nearly all the time. I have so much to do on this art actually. So much rendering here. Because I want to sort of... Maybe I will leave the outline somewhere, but I want to just, for the most part, get rid of this cartoony look. Wonder if I can keep those angular shapes without the outline, because they kind of defines them a bit. Like especially here, damn, is this strong. Gotta keep that in mind, by the way, that it's like a strong foundation, so easy to build with these. Because I made them like literally in a few seconds. Like there. Oh, Tassin. Oh, thanks. Hey, Machi. Hey, good morning indeed. Hello, hello, friend. Today is day 6. The nearly till week of streaming. Dude, you know what happens whenever kind of the count goes up? I noticed it today that I feel justified to potentially skip a day. It has the opposite fucking effect. I feel like, oh, I've been going for so long, might as well take a break now. Can you imagine that? Can you believe that? God damn it. Actually, kind of loving the angles now. Just like these harsh lines. Fuck, dude, I gotta bring it everywhere. Why am I not doing this all the time with my art? I swear, I don't know what it is. Is it the ideas? Is it like the character? Is it some certain elements? Like, is it just like my mood? Just brings out stuff that I just, maybe personally, I like way more than my art. And then some other times, it seems like I'm also, I mean, it's also me drawing, right? But decisions that I make lead me just like the opposite way, and then I don't like the outcome. It is so wild because the result to me seems like it's almost done by different artists. Maybe you don't feel so crazy about this art though, so maybe it's just kind of my internal judgment on it. Andrew have as good as this on digital? Thank you, man. Well, with practice, I'm sure you'll be able to do the same. Like this line should be. Like he has a huge forehead. Yep. I'll slice it a bit. Machi, I'm my day 3 on Remix, and I'm getting more and more addicted with every session. Was playing it for, I don't know, like maybe 3 or 4 hours yesterday. It was really fun. Even now I have a huge urge to just like stop the stream early and go and grind. And the grind didn't even begin, I'm just doing quests there. Ready to learn to color? Dude, honestly, just a lot of like exploration and this kind of discovery work. Just like trying to see what works and what doesn't. I would say this one is kind of alright color-wise. Recently I've been trying to rely more on local colors instead of just applying the light. So like, to be honest, even in this art, I'm kind of not really sure what I'm doing light-wise. I'm just thinking that it's kind of like spotlighting scenario here. Meanwhile, it doesn't really make sense that this scene, like he's really literally doesn't really look like he belongs in this environment in the background. But I'm just trying to kind of learn this kind of lighting and rely more on local colors, right? So like this red wouldn't be really affected by the light. It would literally be just like very, very red, just because it's so. I want to make an emphasis on it. I used to try to shape my colors due to the light and how like environment affects it and stuff like that. I would say this one is definitely different feel. Can't say if it's better or worse. still ain't sure what I'm doing with this sky. Maybe I just replace this blue with like something more chill. I do like the blue there, but it kind of doesn't make sense. Feel scared of AI taking over art? Nah. Nah. Not at all, dude. Especially now, I think it's long, like past that time where you should have been scared. In the beginning, it was like legitimately depressing, but they just like time just showed that it ain't a big deal. The only thing that's kind of worrying is just the state of internet and, you know, more like AI, misinformation, bots, all this shit. But I mean, it is what it is, just kind of a little more hurdles on your way to just difficulties. You would always have difficulties when it comes to stuff like that. Like building a career as an artist, it ain't easy. Ain't meant to be easy. No. But yeah, AI, just no. I used to like it used to generally cause me like a lot of distress, but not anymore. Trying to figure out like the most appealing shape I can come up with for the sky there in the background. Because it's like so complementary to the character now. Literally just up to our choice how to do it. I find this kind of wild that like this shape design within the canvas, it's kind of, there's kind of no science beside just like your feel. Like just do it how you feel like doing it, and that's it. And it's gonna either look good or bad, just based on, and that is also for you to assess with how you feel about it. I find that kind of crazy. Like what I want to put here. How long do I feel like making this? How bright, how dark? Ain't sure why, but like I feel like I've been drawing for like 10 hours now. I just feel kinda exhausted. Or bored rather, you know. Feels like it's time to move on in a day and do something else. Maybe it's just fucking WoW craving. I just really feel like playing WoW instead of drawing. Or maybe it is just that I've went outside today and like did some more stuff in the morning that I do feel like I've already done a lot. Night and day experience compared to if I just wake up early and start streaming right away, then I would probably feel like that by the time it's like 6.5 hours in the stream. It's kind of wild. Well, how different conditions make you feel. Also, I'm kind of enjoying this art so much that I feel like savoring it. Not even finishing this today. Maybe letting it off for tomorrow or some other day. Hmm. God damn, dude, we have so much artery, it's overwhelming. It is overwhelming. And this is fun, actually. I just kinda... I was a little bit stressing out that this is a little too desaturated. I don't know, the contrast's high. The saturation, yes, but I don't think there's anything I can do at this stage. Yeah, we have to do so much art that is actually kind of nuts. I didn't even dare to open this, hold on. They're gonna... Huh. Feels like shrinking it ain't a bad idea. It does look like it's kind of just rotating backwards a little bit. Maybe, I don't know. I just draw these folds like that. The river is boss. I'm holding on. I'm holding on. I'm just pulling together the strength that is left in me. In my agent body. Trying to entertain myself with some art. You know it's a bad sign whenever you cannot hold your attention on just one art anymore and you start switching through the pieces. Hello, Felix. No, this is a commission. This is a commission work on which I've been working for quite a while already. I'm still not sure if I'm quite happy with the shoulder. No, I never thought I would be like this is the area that would like cause so much pain. It's fucking the other arm. I mean, it does seem like this kind of variation of folds is a little better though. So we're making some progress, but still. I swear, if I was to like speed up the time lapse of this and just count how many times I repainted this arm, it would have been insane. What are you up to, Felix? You arting as well? What are you working on? I was thinking maybe we can add some saturation here via the like these reflections of the sky, but like I'm not even sure if we need those in shadows. Like we can do that, but like for what purpose though? I would want some saturation in the sky, but like is it... Oh, actually, I mean, it's kind of rocks now. Animation background practice. Oh shit. Wait, so is it like one of those like static, more realistic backgrounds to have video animation, or something that is actually like being animated and, you know, doing stuff? Oh shit, this, not gonna lie, this kind of brings more life into this art. If anything, this illustration taught me to just like plan way ahead. Because I kind of went into this right away, just thinking that it's gonna be an easy art, and then I'm just left with so many things kind of like not figured out, not tackled. I actually have quite a similar piece coming up, which I've just done thumbnails for. Check this out. So I have this, which client wanted number 5 out of these thumbnails, and I'm gonna have to think about. I think it is the colors that I really struggle to bring in an art like this. It seems like I'm relying on local colors so much that if given an absence of those, like I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense why you would struggle with that, right? Not animated itself, I see. You know, because like this, the environment is kind of desaturated, the creature desaturated, the guy desaturated, right? Like, so no really crazy colors going on to begin with. Like, in this art, fucking easy, right? Like, so many colors right away, gold, red, green, it's just balancing them out. But like, how do I just come up with colors out of my ass if the stuff is so grayish? Hey, Nita. I actually didn't even think that it's like that much of a struggle, but now, whenever I actually said that out loud, it kind of does make sense. I do love this blue though. In the mirror, the thumbnails are I did them a few days ago. Client chose number 5, so that's what we're gonna be rocking. But that's in a few days. We have other stuff to do now. We ain't rushing on that. Damn, this is actually so good. Maybe that's what we gotta do. Hold on. Technically, we can bring like this sky reflection on these bad boys as well. Just a shit ton of blue. I mean, that might be just a bit too much though. That might feel forced, and I don't want that. But at the same time, like without this is so dull. What do you mean? I'm so confused. Long sleeved or not? I don't know. I do kind of like it being only in the background though. Also, right, I want to practice animation, but just working on my background skills takes a lot of time. Yeah. Where do you guys get motivation to practice animation? That sounds like the most, like, potentially frustrating and difficult and time-consuming skill to ever, like, attempt to master. It's, you know how like some things you can kind of get behind how you'd enjoy them, but whenever I think that one day I'll be practicing animations, like I just cannot imagine that kind of future. No looking down on it or anything. It's a cool thing, obviously. We all love anime, right? But at this point, I think maybe 3D isn't even that bad, but like animation though, oh, fuck no. No, if you play and see it come to life pretty magical, makes it all worth it. Yeah. Felix, have you seen how they call them 2.5D animation? Blizzard did those with World of Warcraft a lot. For like pretty much nearly each expansion. It's kind of like it is a painting illustration with a little bit of animation and some moving frames. It's not like fluent, it's more like just kind of slideshow of kind of a little bit of improved of like a illustration slideshow. I'm a huge fan of that, but I think it's not animation with how they make those. It's more of like After Effects and shit like that. Yeah, it's kind of like one animated illustration changed by another one and another one. Yeah. Change color of the left long-eared guy. It doesn't look like a fold to that big skull guy. Their clothes are kind of the same hue. Yeah, you're definitely right. They're kind of like blending together a bit. But I mean, you see, I don't know, like there's not much. Not much feels like I can do. Okay, I can. Yeah, that's gonna make them even closer. I'm thinking one thing I can maybe try to make the lever a bit more orangey. Or like a bit more reddish. Hello, Mika. Time to animate the frog? Hell nah. I did try to make some animation for emotes without having any knowledge how to do that. No, I ain't participating in that more. Not anymore. Not really sure if it does really help the piece. If anything, it kind of like makes it a little more confusing. I'm not sure. I mean, I think addition of this blue like really rocks though. This make it look way kind of more fresh. Although I'm not sure if we need that though. Ah, shit, dude. So indecisive on this. Although, you know, if anything, it's a sign that you're on the right track. Whenever you kind of don't know how to continue and then you just struggle for a while and you come up with something and you ain't sure if it's right or wrong, I feel like that's a good indicator that you're kind of tapping in something new areas that you don't know how to do, right? So there's so hopefully you're gonna progress. And I see to use quite desaturated colors. And then I do this. This doesn't scream desaturated, does it? I've been really enjoying contrast of saturation and desaturation recently. But yeah, like, I would say, historically, I've been really vibing with saturated colors. I love desaturated colors because then you can add just a bunch of different hues. You can have stuff be desaturated but colorful because it's just like a lot of different hues. Elven mage painting? That ain't mage. That's a paladin. Right? He has a big two-handed sword, although it's made out of fell fire. Wait, thanks though. On Twitter. Ah, oh yeah, I see. The bookworm old mage guy. Is that the one? I did it recently. That one? Yeah. Yeah, that one looked good. I agree. I would say not enough dark tones. Probably can darken this area a little more. And this. Just to add more depth. That's kind of looking back at it now. This one also I kind of spent quite a lot of time working on. Hey Zara. Yo, thanks. Thanks, boss. I don't like this shoulder being so round, dude. What is this? Fucking friendly creature from Pete's cartoons? You're like spiky and everything. Form planner changes with temperature shifts of funnels of older masters used to do the lighting setup. Oh yeah, that's just like because it didn't have access to any kind of light besides just daylight, I assume. Or yeah, like candle, like any warm light pretty much. I guess they had moonlight. You know what's crazy to me, like the old masters, so to say? How come they didn't come up with like anything else? Like how come do people like paint magic dragons and shit right now instead of before? Like it seemed like they just literally had no imagination back then. Like can't you just come up with something cool? Like it's all just literally just painting from life, really? They had like religious paintings, but even those didn't look like any cool, right? They didn't come up with like cool Satan character design. Like hello, dude, like can you like, I don't know, design like there's pretty much like kind of no even good concept design for Jesus. Right? Imagine if they gave him like a really cool robe and like beard and like maybe an eye patch, something cool, right? Like give Jesus something. The only way to get expensive paint supplies were given by the rich, which only wanted their portraits. God damn. I mean, yeah, that would explain it. Shit, dude. The hole scribbled cool stuff. If they had, I guess it was a loss of time since it was way worsely preserved. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that it's like it's not like that's the reason why they're painting so many portraits and just still life stuff. Gotta make sense, right? Makes sense why you wouldn't practice some other stuff as well if like the stuff that you're being paid for and your livelihood is just doing still lives like life stills. Basically just copying stuff from what you see. I feel like I'm kinda not painting this too well. I don't like how these folds looking not really too realistic. Yeah, that too, right? The fantasy stuff was quite heavily frowned upon. I guess only the religious stuff was like kind of legit back in the day. If you just came up with some fucking, I don't know, if Uri painting, that would torch you. John Martin, 80. Wait, I'm thinking back in the fucking 69 years before our era or something. John Martin, right? Let's see. Let's see what this guy was about. I mean, I wouldn't call this like a fantasy landscape, but a nice woman. Baby. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I'm looking at, dude. I don't know. Not like I'm huge into classic painters either way, but John Martin doesn't do it for me, dude. Yeah, I think that's a good explanation. I think now I see that my question is kind of silly whenever you know the answer to it. Just imagine how much of a pain in the ass, like all of those materials, like to deal with them and stuff like that. Thank God we have digital. Thank God it's like the most accessible thing ever. I can get a tablet for 30. You can probably find like a used tablet for like $5 somewhere. Pirate Photoshop, and like, and then you can literally make a career out of that. Literally just costs you nothing. Runs on like the worst PC ever. Alright, maybe like, I don't know, 700 on a laptop when you do. Everyone painted Greek stuff, any folklore and religion are technically in fantasy domain. Dude, I used to have a good grasp on eras of art. I did like study it on my own, like right before I started doing art. And then I fucking forgot all of that within like a month. Like all of it. Hey, I guess if you don't use it, you lose it. Information like that. Fantasy stuff didn't exist until Token. Ah, yeah. I guess that's also the case. It's not like we are that fucking creative, you know? Me and you. It's more like we've already had so much like made up stuff before like our time that it's easy to kind of like come up with something on top of it. Yeah, but how about you come up with the whole concept of like, or like a fantasy world and shit like that? Personally, will create one of the reason that paint tubes were invented. I think impressionism was invented like as a protest towards like academy teachings, though, no? Because sort of like painting was like very like taught as a science pretty much with very strict rules and shit, and like a lot of people were just kind of like rebelling against that. Very difficult information back in the past. Oh yeah, uh, hell yeah. You didn't have Pinterest, right? Okay, another question on that then, since you guys are that knowledgeable in the subject. Why do you like? I guess I don't have any other examples, but like Van Gogh, for example, because he does seem like he had no idea what he was doing. Like his art was, I mean, in my opinion, like very not technical and kind of garbage and kind of like not even appealing. Like what is up? What is it up with like? Because he's like one of the like founders of impressionism, pretty much is how people like frame him to be. But like, what's the point of putting somebody on the pedestal who is like kind of like unskilled? I don't know. Van Gogh was just super high on the chemicals in his paint. Wait, you mean he was high on drugs whenever he was painting? Like, what do you mean? Also, what was it about the story that some guy bit his ear off or something? Like, what the hell was going on there? Yeah? He chopped his own ear off? Even what he wanted to see versus what he genuinely saw with his eyes. So he was tapping the idea of idealizing instead of representing as is. Right, but it doesn't matter what you like think you're doing. If like what you painted is not good, like why would we look at him? Why does anybody even know his name? I can come up with some explanation why my art like is different from other people, and then like why would you buy into it though? He cut his ear off, yeah. Maybe that was his fucking success story, huh? Maybe I need to cut out a part of my body and get high on the chemicals. Because like I'm sorry, bro. And that's like one of the most famous paintings. Like what the fuck are we doing here, bro? Like seriously. That self-portrait, bro. He was onto like he was a Cynics fan doing self-portraits way before it became a thing. Yeah, like, I don't know. He was ahead of his time of starting a new genre. What are people... Wait, Picasso? Oh. I need to look up them, because I do know some art. Oh, that guy? With Cubism, or how was it called? Cubism, yes. Oh yeah, I hate all that shit too. I don't know, guys, if you've met people who think they are impressionists now. Those are like the most like made up virtue signaling people ever. People who like seem like they would like intentionally handicap themselves just to have like an excuse not to study. Picasso was not a very good artist. Yeah, it's this shit. Where is it? This stuff. Bro, there was one guy who I was like, a fan of. Bro, what was his name? He's very famous with like melting things. With like melting watches and stuff like that. Dali? Yes, yes, yes. Like, this shit is good. Because, like, wasn't he originally, like, trained and, like, really skilled himself? Like, in kind of traditional painting? And then he was creating this stuff, which is kind of, like, iconic. And kind of, at least it's, like, he put some thought into it, right? Even though I ain't a fan of it either. Also, fucking looking like that, dude. Goddamn. That's a Lazy Town main character, right? I just hate this excuse of like, oh, this is like the prime excuse of, oh, that's my style, you don't understand it. So like instead of just being training and being technically good first to then kind of like convey your idea, you hide behind the idea of that like complex or potential complexity of it and stuff. Yeah, I think we're onto something with this fabric though. Hiding behind the fact that we're not studying and practicing a lot of contemporary artists who legit have zero fundamentals. Which I can respect. Dude, same. I hate those people. I very rarely see them nowadays, though. Thankfully, I think it's like it's more of a natural selection at this point. I don't think a lot of them get like too much recognition. I used to just have those people around me 24/7 in my like art Discord time. Whenever I was hanging out in voice chats of art Discords, bro, those people would like populate those servers. Or get in arguments and in conflicts with them. But the logical baby scribble is the epitome of art because of sentimental meaning and pure feeling in it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Which, I mean, you somewhat see their argument, but at the same time, I think another argument wins there. To write a story, you gotta know the language, right? And if you don't know the language and you're just moaning out loud, you're not gonna convey a lot of meaning with it. Even if it's like pure emotion and very authentic. Shut up, dude. You just don't speak the language. Go learn the language first. Right, and then try to speak, and then try to tell a story. I also really like how pretty much, no matter like what kind of artist you are, you're playing this like this competition game with everybody. Like if you're a digital artist and you're practicing seriously or not practicing seriously or whatever, you're like on this line. You're on this line of like how skilled you are compared to all the other artists. And it's like you're pretty much always competing. Right? Other people look at your art, they can assess if they're like better or worse than you are. They can assess if, you know, basically kind of something about you. And then those, like, I love this, right? I love this feature of like, that we're kind of all together, but we're always competing, but we're always also friends at the same time. You know, this kind of vibe. And then those people just fuck up the whole picture while saying this, oh, I do not compete at all. Right? Like, my art, it conveys meaning, or it means this and this, that, or my style, like, it doesn't have to be... Right, you just fucking, just get in the line, just play along, bro. YouTuber who graduated from a contemporary conceptual art school, and all their videos are about how they can find work. And the system isn't in their favor, yada yada. Oh, dude, you love those people. It's what are those videos of like, oh, I woke up as a 35-year-old failure, don't repeat my story or something like that. Like the pity farming that is a huge matter on YouTube. Yeah, I see a lot of videos of, oh, I graduated art school, or like I followed my passion and now I'm jobless. Wasn't there that girl who fucking... She was on my recommended page for so long. Like some alt girl with piercings. And there was a viral video that she did, like, I followed my passion and now I'm like 30 and jobless and like my art dream failed, whatever. I never bothered to watch the video, so I'm not gonna speak on that, but it's very popular in just the title alone, dude. I looked at her Instagram and her art. No wonder, bro. No wonder. Yet the degree alone is not enough, you also gotta know how to paint. What did you go to school for? Dude, I barely finished high school, what do you mean? I didn't go to... didn't get any education. What, do I look like I'm educated? Come on. Healthy competition, I mean, it's always good. It's your job to like view it in a healthy way, though. Seeing better artists work made me feel shit, but I got better. It's something to target. Yeah, I never get discouraged by other people's work. I kind of used to intentionally avoid looking at like better artists, but I think that illness has cured itself. Is art your full time? Yep. I think I like these. So the whole idea with this those folders that I had was like this kind of swirl, right? That would kind of lead you towards his face. So I feel like I finally kind of did what I wanted with them a little bit. Which is, by the way, me saying that I'm arting full time. It ain't really saying much because you wouldn't be able to have like somewhat of a living in most parts of the world just because I live in like a developing country. I'm able to make a living doing it, but it's still a living though, right? It ain't my fault that you live in the US and like your one trip to McDonald's is worth as much as my monthly income. Living is still a living, alright? I mean, yeah, rabbit for sure. For sure, dude. Let me think, I kinda forgot all about that, but it's actually a huge topic on like how you see other people's work. I'm just trying to remember, you know, like, I would say one good thing that I think for myself, like, every time I kind of bring up topics on the stream or even thinking about making a video and something like that, good thing that I remember how I started out, because it was somewhat recently. I feel like a lot of like I would say art influencers, like YouTubers and stuff like that, they've been just drawing forever. Their art career is like older than than I am myself. So they kind of forgot like how it feels in the beginning, but I'm trying to remember. I feel like I was thinking that I was like better than I was, and like looking at other people's art made me maybe just realize that I'm not as good, and then I probably wouldn't even confess about it to myself, so I just kind of avoided looking at it. I don't know, does it resonate with you guys? I want to go full-time too, I just need a banger portfolio. Oh yeah, bro. Time to make it then. Don't try and go full-time straight away, make sure you can earn a steady income from arts before you become full-time. I think it really depends on like how you want to make a full-time out of it. Because I'm just doing personal commissions, by the way. I ain't working for a studio or anything like that. You can gradually step into that. You can still like work your full-time in like a vet clinic, or I don't know where you work in, and like starting that kind of taking more and more commissions, and then at some point you'll be able to go full-time. If I didn't feel like I could be an Argor, I wouldn't have started. Oh, dude, I definitely can. Hell yeah. Just give me like a decade or something. Or a two. I'm on my way. I think it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of if you're gonna give up on that timeline or not. Or if you're gonna make it. I feel dumb like redrawing these so much. But I also feel like the slide's kind of representing the volume not correctly. I don't think it will take that long. You just gotta be honest with yourself and never stop improving. Honestly, I see so many people who just they kind of stop progressing, and it really happens on like different levels for everybody. And I just wonder, is that your natural ceiling that everybody just reaches, or is it just like lack of effort to push forward? I really wonder what that is. This. Don't see a reason why you would stop getting better. Because you would stop doing stuff that is challenging for you and adapting to it. I would say that's why. The main reason. I don't like this little thingy here. Actually, what do I know? I don't know, looks alright. Getting better while starting to dislike part of your art, seeing your old pieces and believe you can do something more. I think that's a part of it, definitely. Yeah. I mean, not necessarily starting to dislike part of your art. I think that probably comes after you get better, though. Right, after you already start seeing the fault at it. That probably means that you already overcame it. Right, you gotta calm down on this music, goddamn. See you in a mirror. Yeah, take care. The point where you're both comfortable and the money you get is enough, you just believe either. For sure. I think it's very easy to see art in a different lens from like the skill improvement lens. Because I feel like it's been that for me for like portion of this year, like a few last years. I haven't really been as focused as improvement as I have been before. I mean, it kind of comes in like in those like different phases, but art can feel like job, and like that really doesn't feel like improvement. Because like, so I'm gonna give you an example. Like this is a commission that I gotta finish. I gotta finish it by Christmas. Better before that. It's nearly done, but right, like there is a deadline on this. There is a deadline on another one, and another one, and another one, and then it's easy to start seeing painting in this and start seeing just like work to go through, just like rendering to get done. It's not a playground for me like practicing my techniques anymore. It is just a shift, like a day shift at a job, right, a 9 to 5. And I feel like it's very easy to slip into that. So fucking easy. And then, you know, you start kind of look for enjoyment elsewhere, like, you know, playing video games or like hanging out RL. And art just becomes, you know, your full-time job. Commissions are coming, like, you don't really care if you do better or worse. It's just like, you gotta get it done, you know, there's a deadline. And it's not like you particularly decided to just stop improving become a degenerate. No, it just like kind of comes naturally like that. Or I guess it not like it comes naturally. It's more of like it's if you stop being mindful of getting better, it like you just don't. You just don't get better anymore. And it's a thing of like always keeping it in mind and always being mindful of it. And you know, I would say that ain't easy, dude. To be honest, that is like always being mindful of that stuff whenever it takes fucking decades. Hello? Sometimes I wake up and I don't know where I am. I don't know what's my name. Like, how can I keep in mind something that is like so niche, so like it kind of doesn't really have much impact on. I mean, like, it does have a lot of impact on the rest of my life, but no matter, I feel like no matter what it is, if you gotta keep track of something and be mindful of something for fucking decades, it's also just a constant effort every single day, no matter on like how you feel physically or mentally. I mean, it's tough, dude. At some point, you just forget, right? Maybe you paint at a higher level, but you paint the level more consistently at a faster rate, etc. Yeah, you try to go for like more productivity, or again, like art becomes just a job and not necessarily like something where you express your skills or try to better yourself. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's like, oh, you just don't bother. I think it's kind of different. This looks sick. Yo, thanks, dude. Thank you. I was a little too consumed by the conversation. I don't know if I'm making a lot of progress. But nonetheless, I don't know about you boys, but I judge other people a little bit whenever I see them not progressing for years. I don't know about you, but I do. I do. Like, I don't, let's say, if I see like a beginner artist, like, I'm not hard on them. I'm not even thinking anything bad about them. I'm just thinking, oh, they're starting out. It's understandable. But if I see somebody who's been at it for years, I'm becoming a little judgmental of them. I'm gonna lie. I ain't expressed that, of course. Of course. But, I do think to myself that, oh, dude, you could have done better, man. What the fuck is this? You're on for a studio? No, bro, no. I haven't applied anywhere yet or anything. I just do personal commissions. Judge my art. Have I seen your art, Felix? I don't think I have. Hello, Railgun. Yo, Ibn friend, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Art reviews. Maybe do I don't feel like I have an authority to do art reviews. I mean, maybe it's not for me to judge though. Maybe we'll do art reviews. You know what? Maybe it will be a fun thing to do that. I know Cynics has this like review thing on his stream. It is for channel points. It ain't like overpriced or anything. You can like kind of earn. It's like 10k or something. And then he does like a proper review of like your Instagram and stuff. I think that's not a bad idea. Maybe I'll think about it for the future streams. But yeah, do you guys have that as well, where like you know, it especially comes from people who you've known for a long time, or maybe you've been art who you've been following, where you kind of like become a little more judgmental of them. It's almost like you were anticipating more from them. To be honest, I've had that with even... It's almost like parasocial, because like I've never interacted with those people, but then I would become a little bit not satisfied with them. Honestly, it happens even with people who are like industry professionals, who are like incredibly good, but I've been following them for so long and I almost see them like regressing. Or like not getting better at all. Then now when I think about it, it's a fully fucking parasocial relationship in my head. Gotta watch out for that. Music making it sound evil. Yeah, and then I go and I track them down. I know where they live. There are a few people like that, but I don't know if they want to do full time, so I don't judge too harshly, but I do judge. Yeah, like you can't help but judge, right? I mean, obviously I ain't rude or anything, like I don't say anything to them. But on the back of my mind, I'm like, fucking them, brother. You could have been better. You failed us. Not gonna lie, like coming up with these folds and trying to make them look realistic from imagination is like, that's a fucking hell of a challenge. That's one of the few things that really just like troubles me all the time. I kind of got better with like capes and stuff, like things that are at a particular angle. Those are not as bad, but like stuff like this or like dresses, goddamn dude, these are tough. My art isn't all just hands. My art is the worst work just because they want to make portfolio for the game industry, and I see a lot of pros get worse with years because they work the job, they become uncreative. I haven't followed like many of them to really know that, but I can easily see that happens. But at the same time, though, you don't like in art environment, right? You're being pushed, deadlines and stuff. Like, how would you become uncreative, especially under supervision of art directors and like other artists and stuff like that? That's kind of like, why though? Not sure, dude. Not sure. Kind of getting worse in it. Like, isn't it usually the opposite, where you do get better with your time in the industry and like working in the studio? Well, yeah, I mean like more the studio, right? Because studio is the environment of other people, which is like, I think if you need like improvement or stuff like that, you just need to put yourself in environment of other people. Once you are become your job, you need to find new hobbies to make time off sometimes. I don't think so, dude. I think you can art 24/7. It can be your work and entertainment as well. This says me who plays WoW off the stream. Hey, sometimes I just get fully addicted and then I do commissions and then I do personal art on top of it, so... I know what I'm talking about, okay? In fact, just recently I spent like more than 30 hours on a personal piece. And recently like more than 13 hours on another personal art, which we still haven't finished, by the way. A lot of bad things happening in studios. Oh yeah, they steal your breast milk too there, I've heard. Bro, if somebody stole my breast milk, I would have been furious. It really depends on the studio though. I think it can be such a different experience. We probably shouldn't put it under just one umbrella. Steve, you're making sure you don't go there accidentally. I don't think you can get there accidentally, dude. Yeah, hold on, Sunshine. Give me 2 seconds. Dude, just take a look. By the way, this recording is fucking 40 minutes. Wow. Just take a look how this progress. This is what I'm talking about. This is, by the way, something that I really need to work on. Like I am. This is bad. Just like so, you look at this is terrible, right? You see, I have pretty much repainted this shit. Like, count how many times, boys? I would say that this is the first draft. I mean, where does the second draft start? I don't know. I guess here the second draft with like more contrast. And this is the third draft. Meanwhile, like each draft involves like fucking 50 variations. It is diabolical. This is like really bad. Really need to work on this. This is 50 hours. That's really cool. Bro, it's really sad. Like, if you think this painting is probably like 15, right? But it just had like a little bit too many paintings before it. I think everyone does it. No, not everyone. I think, I mean, you'll do it if you like, you're not experienced enough and but you really want to do good artwork, you'll do it. For me, dude, it's such a common thing. I used to be like that for every single art. It's just now sometimes I'm kind of blessed with getting it right from the first go. But I think I already kind of came to this that I'll be doing just like more deliberate thumbnails, a lot more planning and stuff like that. Like I really need to get this figured out. No hours are ever wasted. Yeah, but they could have been spent more wisely, dude. Let's be honest. Hey, Artie. Spending more time drawing usually fixes this constant repairing. As much as I want to paint, I not suffering from a more far out drawing will probably alleviate that problem. Yeah, really. If I just bothered with some better thumbnails and planning, like we wouldn't be there. We will be working on the next one. But it's also crazy that it's only now that I'm like coming up to thumbnails being like a necessary thing. Like it took me 5.5 years to understand why I should do them, and now I will be doing them. Like we have this piece, which Railgun, that's the commission for you, right? Yeah. With this, I'll be doing some proper thumbnails. Like these were just the first drafts. I'm gonna do like really proper planning for everything, so I don't end up like reworking it 50 times. The giant scaling a workout boss. It's like a ghost creature. Let me show you. I've seen the model, but I don't remember where. I think it was firstly in Draenor. Where it at? Like this thing. I added the skull myself. It wasn't there. Yeah, I don't remember where it from. Love watching the replay. Dude, replay is such a wonderful feature. I love it. Yeah, it also sometimes I even go back, take a screenshot, and use it as a reference because I actually regressed the painting and I like the previous version more. Yeah, speed paint is an excellent feature, like recording. Sometimes you nail the painting at first try and feel like a god. I mean, dude, that happens every other time with quick commissions for me. Like this one was like this is just 4 hours, and the speed paint is just straightforward to this. Right. I mean, it ain't finished, but it and kind of on the lower scale, but still, one try, one shot. Create a cock now. Do you not have recordings there? Really? I'm absurd. By the way, this feature is why I switched from Photoshop to Clip Studio, dude. Just this feature. Hey, well worth it. You have to render the recording. But you do have the recording though, right? I mean, I think that's all you need. but maybe just switch to Clip Studio yourself, dude. PC version is like $40 or something, or even less. I don't remember. I don't remember how much it is, but it's not a lot. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I have all some else that are fun. I think on this one it's let's just look for the time lapses because it's fun. Pretty sure on this one, yeah, it's very fast where I got into. I just started painting her as an elf first, and then I made her into a human. Yeah, nothing too crazy here. Yes, on this one there was a lot of changes. Oh, this one is another shame. So from this, it was actually like not a lot of compositional change, but just like reworking the pose fucking million times. Oh yeah, and just the background too. None of these are finished, by the way. I'm just showing all the kind of in progress arts. This is pretty much zero changes. This is two. Yeah, this is just new ones. So yeah, I guess they have two bad actors. This one and this one. Drawing the frame and drawing over later. No, it's just I've done like a few illustrations like that. Give me a second. Um, so like this guy what somebody mentioned previously, like I've done a few illustrations with borders and I really like them, but then I ended up just doing them for like every big illustration that I start, and obviously it doesn't work for every piece, right? So I decided to just get rid of them. I don't know, I just kind of started relying on these borders too much and like just throwing them on every single art that I do. It became kind of cringe. I'm glad, Alex. Yeah, we gotta keep grinding, dude. So much stuff to do. So much art to do. And we gotta get so much better that this repainting stuff doesn't ever happen again, because this is absurd. That might be one of the things why I'm never like tempted to kind of go crazy on the rendering, because like by the time I get to the stage where I actually feel like it's worth rendering it instead of changing, I have changed this shit already too many times that I'm like sick of this art, and you know, the moment I can ship it, I do so. Halls of Confusion end boss? Oh yeah, the water elemental one. Interestingly enough, that commission was just of like a frost mage, and it was my idea to get the water elemental in, and commissioner really liked it, so we ended up going with it, and the whole piece became about the water elemental instead. Yeah, good night, Felix. Thanks for stopping by. What does this sword have runes on this like cross section though? I don't understand that. Maybe we just cut the runes down. Maybe I did get them in. I'm gonna try to make them... Just put them in kinda somewhere in between this. Still ain't sure on this. An enhancement of... Actually, doesn't really seem that strong. Weapon illusions often? Actually, dude, I don't think I ever have, if I'm being honest. Maybe like a very, very small one or like a... Yeah, it definitely is not very popular. Right, Sunshines, it's nearly 7 p.m. for me. I think you've done enough partying for today. I also was working before the stream, so kinda wanna go chill, relax, and enjoy my evening. Right, boys, thank you very, very much for watching. A lot of new people today. You're all very welcome here. I try to stream every single day, as you can see. So far, the streak is 6 days. It's more than 5 days. It's not even a whole week yet, but it's gonna be a whole week tomorrow. See you tomorrow then. Bye-bye.